Feeling about this drop.
All right, we are back. More animation and hopefully better frame input than the past few streams, honestly. Okay. Okay. All right. So we are still working ourselves. Come on. Working our way through our keys. So, of which we're on to the next one, which is this frame. It's going to be interesting. Actually, I want to turn that on. Him with his hood completely sideways. We don't want him completely sideways. In fact, I don't know if we even want him that sideways. Probably not quite that sideways. His body does do something kind of interesting here, and I'll show you what exactly. Yeah, I need to know. Yeah, it's a little higher. Probably should warm up. It's about right, maybe a little lower. So he's switching his legs around. So this one swings around. I could do some place and trace, actually, come to think of it. So if I take this frame and I were to take that and move it over. Oops. I could actually, oh, why can't you? I don't know why you can't shift and drag. That's dumb. Okay. And essentially, what we're kind of looking at here is comparison between that frame and this frame. Makes it a little bit easier. Not quite place and trace, but you know. We are referencing our other frames to make it a little bit easier on ourselves. The eyes might be a bit challenging here. Yeah, not quite like that. All right. Not this wide. And turn that on. Honestly, I think I need to move this back a touch. Okay, I'll check on it. Would it be that tall? Yeah, maybe a little shorter. Okay. This is getting a little claustrophobic here. Hey, what's up, Riz? Woey? Is it Woey or Woy? Hope you're doing well. I want to make sure proportions are correct. The hip looks a little big. Try that again here. That's better. He has kind of this funny shape to his like pelvis. I'm hesitant to call it a pelvis because he don't got no bones. So not really a pelvis so much. Let's shorten this up a touch. Alright, let's think about the feet here. Where is it? Oh, does it? Previous frame, next frame. Oh, that's funny. So I would have to... Oh, that's kind of dumb. Well, whatever, we can just use this to do the same job. Like that. Because we know that the... Well, actually, shoot, no, we can't. Whatever, I'm just going to do it by hand. And I'm going to turn off that. Let's move you out of the way. Good amount. Come on. Who needs onion skins? For real though, if you do get into animation, I highly recommend getting into the habit of what's called flipping. Flipping is very nice for when you are working through animation. Because the way to think about it is you're actually constantly, you're not just checking the drawing, you're checking the motion. It's not as important for doing like the keyframes here, for example, because I've already worked out the motion. So I'm mostly just focusing on doing the drawing. But when it comes time to do, in between, that'll be real important. If you watch older animators working, or even, I guess, not just older animators, but people working on paper, that's exactly what they do, is they'll take the paper, put it between their fingers, and actually, it's called rolling. Let me check something. Show cell-specific light table, show general light table. So I can do both, huh? Not sure what the point of that one is. I can turn the light table on. I don't know. All I know is that this is useful. There are so many little tools that I haven't wrapped my head around in this program that probably would be good, especially on the animation side of things. This needs to be more forward. Dude, I always forget how good Electric Children is, the artist that we're listening to right now. Perfect animating music. I swear, chiptune is like perfect animating music. I don't know why. It's just the right amount of energy, I guess. I'm still really trying to figure out how his legs move and all that. How the anatomy really ultimately works. Actually, it probably would be more like this. Okay, that's about right. Oh boy, it's starting to get warm. Just in general, like weather-wise. Hoping that I actually have a decent solution for that this year. A little bigger. This one's maybe a little... that's not correct. We want to bring this down more. Okay, we can turn that off now, for the most part, just for now. We want that a little longer. That's... I think that's right. Yeah, I think that that'll work. I just need to actually put the sleeve here. Like that. Make sure that that is the correct length. It looks like it. Check here. I think that that's the right size for the hand almost. A little shorter, about like that or so. Yeah. His fingers are actually a lot of fun to draw because they're just shapes. They're just little tubes that you can kind of just put together. So after drawing like real hands for so long on the comic, friggin', I just want to draw like little bony fingers. Okay, now I need to think about Okay. Man, that song. Whew. Gets you fired up, I guess. That is everything for that playlist. I'm in a chiptune mood, so I'm gonna go listen to some good old Krellas here. Oh, and we're starting off strong with Fear of Dark. This can be shorter, and it's better if it's shorter because less tangents, I think. Kind of a complex area. You have all these intersecting lines, and I'm desperately trying to avoid. We'll that like that. Something like that. I need to work on that hand. Also, I guess, you know, this makes more sense having it straight across like that because it's not like each finger is wrapped individually. It's like across the back of the hand. So that's an easier line and it makes more sense. So that's what we're going to do. This is a little busy in here, unfortunately, so it might get a little lost. I'm not crazy about it. So what I'm gonna do, I'm actually gonna move the arm down a touch to give it some room. Because again, this is a key. We want this to look good. Just caught your acrylic nail and it hurts? Jeez. That'd make for one wicked hangnail. Artistic hangnails. Yeah, maybe not. A little higher up, actually. About there. That way we can go here. Just a little bit more. Not. I'm actually gonna do this. You're an artist too? Nice. What kind of art do you make? actually want this to be a little bit more exaggerated, like so. And this should be a bit more like so. All sorts, nice. Honestly, the more you do as far as art goes, the more like better you get, even if you're like specified in a field. Like if you're really into like drawing with a pencil or something like that, it actually pays to study stuff like painting or even like 3D or light design or what have you, because it all contributes. I'm not crazy about this finger. Let's try kind of curving in like that. Who am I drawing? I'm drawing a little character I came up with by the name of Wicker. Here's a better view of what it'll look like with color and all that. He's kind of funny to draw. He's got all these like little bits and bobs on him because he's a chimera, so he's made up of all these different pieces. And he is. I'll go ahead and turn this off temporarily. In the middle of. Actually, hold on. We don't need that. Getting spooked by something, so I'm working on getting his little walk here sorted. So still trying to figure out actually I think I can just turn that off now. Oh, come on. There we go. So oh wait, where in the world am I? There we go. Okay, so we have some rotation here. Let me check this movement. This darn little tangent. Doggone it. I guess if I give this a bit more space, like so, maybe. Then I hit that as a tangent. Ugh. Hold on. Let's try. No, because his arm comes forward. That's why it's like that. You know. Actually, you know what? Lower this down. But yeah, so they're part of. He's part of a. Not really a story, even just kind of a funny little group of characters that I've been making little skits with here. +1 so I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah, hopefully I'll have like an actual video out one of these days. I have ideas, I'm being lazy about getting to them and doing them. And then of course animation itself takes a long time to do, but one of these days this one will be done and we'll move on to the next thing. Okay. I just realized I didn't do the ring around his eyes. He kind of has these like space heater eyes, as a friend described them. Very glowy. And pull this over this way. Let's check. We're back. Good to have you back. All right. Let me go ahead and I will do some place and trace. Oops. Some place and trace here with the horn. Not quite trace, but you'll see. So, can I? Oh, I can. Ooh, that's really cool. So not quite place and trace because the angle is slightly different, but you know. In fact, it's a little bit more towards that. Come on. I need some more space here. Let's do slightly over that way. Like that. I want it to be slightly further out. What in the world is going on with this song? There we go. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, the head almost looks a little big. Well, you hear? Sometimes it's quiet. Actually, most times it's quiet. Sometimes we get some other people coming in, but not too often. There's a few regulars. I don't know, maybe everyone's busy. Right, let's go and move this away now. Okay, so as another key done, we can even see how it's supposed to kind of go. You're sleepy? All right, catch you later. Have a good one. I tend to have that effect on people. All right. So now we're to this frame. What's up, Yang? How's it going? We're actually getting a lot of new peeps today. Oh, it's exciting. I'm doing all right. Just getting some animating done, so that always makes me happy. I'm actually going to raise that up, and we're actually going to compare it to this. Oh, maybe I'm not going to raise it. Yeah, actually, we're going to actually push it down by trying it. I think it needs to be a little bit wider, more like that, because he's flipped back around, so his head isn't biased to one side as much. What app am I using? This is Clip Studio Paint. This is a fantastic program, specifically the EX edition, which comes with the full suite of animation tools. Let's go even wider than that, actually. We want it comparable. You know what, actually, you know what? Let's make life easy on ourselves. So yeah, we want it wider, a good amount, but it's also tilted down, so what we're gonna do is actually push it this way. Man, being able to reference like that is so nice. And as I've been saying, place and trace, that's actually a reference to an old technique where, so in paper animation, traditional paper animation, you would have a, what's called a peg bar, right? The peg bar is the thing with little pegs that the paper has holes to line up to make it so that, you know, the paper's held together so that when you're animating, you're using the relative, everything's in relation to itself, right? So what you can do though is you can take that paper off of the peg bar. Let's say a character's like really moving, like they're walking across the screen, right? Well, let's say that you wanted the facial expression to change over the course of them walking, right? Well, it can be hard when you're working on paper to like know exactly where your volumes are changing and shifting and all that kind of stuff. So what you do is you take your paper off of the peg bar, and you tilt it so that it's aligned with your next page or next frame, and then you can directly reference off of it a lot easier. So that's kind of what I'm doing here, where I have this frame sort of taken out, and it's a page on off of the peg bar. Okay. Speaking of, let's go ahead and we're actually gonna there we go. We're actually gonna rotate it. To give us an idea of how the hood should look when rotated. All right, and this will be actual proper place and trace, because I think now he is rotating it down, so when he does that, you would actually push this part of the hood out and this like kind of up like that. So Let's see what we can do with this here. See, that changes the volume though. So it needs to change relative, like here. That should do it. Honestly, this should probably be further out as well. That's about correct. Okay, so now let's go ahead and move this off to the side. Oh, come on. Oh, I can set it to light table. Oh, very nice. And I can even flip it really quickly. Free position, length, width, and height. Very nice. Okay. That is very handy. Yeah, we're not going to worry about that too much. That's higher up. Oops. Gonna widen the hood just a touch more. Give the ice some room. gotta go? All right, catch you later there, Yang. Thanks for stopping by, man. Appreciate it. Eyes are really small, huh? Let's fix that. Keeping the eyes the right size has been the biggest challenge, man. Actually, really not satisfied with these eyes. Those look all right. The rotation is fine. It's actually what I'm going for. Although these eyes maybe be a little taller. His eyes are kind of tough because, you know, they're just floating in space. Like, he literally does not have a face. So it's hard to know, like, where they need to go sometimes. Once again, I actually kind of want to move this back this way. it that big? It's a little big. Ooh. Hey, welcome back. Couldn't sleep? Don't worry, we'll fix that. Hmm. I did this out of order, actually. Can't sleep. Bummer. But don't worry, I have a tendency to put people to sleep, so... I just realized something. I actually want this bent more like that. Yeah, it's kind of funny. A little while back, I got into the habit of watching mostly like VODs and stuff like that of streamers to fall asleep, and they've actually been working pretty good. Mostly like randomizers. Okay, I've gotta be a bit more specific. This doesn't look right. Hmm. Hmm. Not crazy about this. Again, keyframes. Keyframes are important. Forget, I've heard this song before. Zabuton, It and Multimedia, or IT and Multimedia, rather. Boy, it's having a hard time. Maybe it's because there's so many frames here. No, it's just having a hard time. Probably should. I'll probably need to rework those eyes, honestly. Crazy about the look of these legs. I need to figure out. Okay, so the foot needs to go there. So I want a nice, like, maybe I need to arch his back more. Hold on. Give him that real shrimp posture. Every artist is familiar with shrimp posture. It's the natural state of drawing, don't you know? Unfortunately. I think that's a little better. I think. That might be a factor. Hold on. Might actually kind of. It can't be that. Okay, I've gotta think about this leg first. That. Probably honestly would be about the same position. Come to think of it. Let me take another look at this. Truth be told, let me not exaggerate this as much. So I want it to be a little bit more like knees out than knees in. Let's reapproach this. So yeah, more turns out. Okay, that's the movement. That's it. And that means that we actually want to show the other ankle a touch as well. Because the knee is rotating a bit, and I actually want to, yeah, like that. All right, there we go. Finally, geez. But these keyframes are the important frames, so that's why you spend the most time on them. You know, some part of me feels like maybe... Yeah, sure, why not? I want him to have a wider stance here. I may actually need to consider what the back of his foot looks like for the first time. Not quite. Still very much more sideways than anything. So this might be a little too low. Hey, this is dub mood. Sabutama and dub mood. I've been listening to a lot of dub mood lately. Okay, let's... This isn't looking quite right. Just can't get this key right. Just realized foot probably actually wouldn't rotate like that. Okay, well, let me kind of feel out what I think should be the right pose. More like this, honestly, I think. Let's move the leg up a touch and over. So we want the hoof to kind of land around here. Um, This leg is correct. This leg, I'm having trouble with now. Honestly, like, this isn't correct even. It wouldn't be that. Okay, give me a second. Now, whenever I feel bad about not being able to draw a frame like this, I'm just reminded of a story of a guy. I think he was one of the 9 Old Men. Which, if you don't know, the 9 Old Men were a group of animators back in the day who were kind of considered the, like, peak of the craft in the specifically in the like Californian animation industry. And there's a guy, gosh, was it Milk Call? Might have been someone else. I always think Milk Call. I don't know why. But this one guy, really good animator, having this trouble drawing a frame, and he's like, doggone it, I've been trying to draw this frame all evening or all afternoon or morning, whatever it was, right? All day, basically. I can't get it right. So, you know, sometimes the drawing takes all day, even if it's just one frame in an animation. I want to reference, because I do like the stance I have here. I'm not gonna lie, I actually really like this shape. I'm super tempted to integrate this shape into his design instead of the more like stick leg into you know, hoof, something like that. Gives him a bit more shape, honestly. I'll consider that. I mean, I'm not gonna change every leg now, but maybe in the future, I'll consider actually doing that. I actually really, man, the more I think about it, the more I actually like that. Maybe more back. Maybe, and then more lower. Okay, that's pretty dang close. Let me be more like that. Yeah, like that. Okay. I'm gonna have to go with that. This is really zoomed in on my face. You don't need it that close. You don't need to get a good look at my pores. All right. It would be higher. Hold on. Maybe like this. Where are different places to put this? No. Man, I was not expecting this frame of all frames to be the one that really got me. Especially considering that I'm really happy with this pose for the most part. But it's just not coming out. What is going on? What am I missing? It's because this is low. Maybe this is. Hold on. So it would be higher. Maybe even like significantly so. Come on. Oh my word, I cannot draw today. Not my best frame, not gonna lie. But I think I'm gonna have to go with that. Let me... Gonna put this back here so I can reference it. Needs to be a slightly bigger. Got kind of sausage arms, huh? And this hand, I want to do something kind of fun with this hand. Okay. Not that. I'm dumb. That's not how hands work. Good grief. I always get... I don't know why, after doing this for so doggone long, I should not be flipping hands around like that. That's so weird. I don't know why I do that. This frame is weird. This is such a weird frame, man. This is gonna be a heck of a key to work off of. Jeez. Alright, well. Might need to redraw this one. I don't know yet. I'm just gonna simplify that. This might not be a good idea to go with. But tell you what, I'm gonna sleep on this one. Okay, that frame took way too long. Ugh. All right. All right. Well, let's go ahead and watch what we got so far, although it is just keys, so. It actually does look pretty good. Except for that right there. That doesn't look great. So I'll probably rework that one frame. But the pose, you know what? The pose works. I got it. I managed to get it in the end, I think. It's a little bit tough because, you know, when a character's hands are like bunched up to them, stronger poses are harder to do. But that's what he's doing. He's keeping his hands very close to him. Because that's how he moves. He's very concerned about like bumping into things and whatnot. Anyway, time to move on to something fresh, which is to say the next page of Blank Ink. Doggone, I've been working towards this page for a very, very long time. In fact, come to think of it, I've been looking forward to this page for like 2 years or so. Maybe not that long. Like, I don't, maybe. Like a year and a half, I've been looking forward to this page. So, I don't know how much I'm going to get done. What in the world? Oh, great. Oh, awesome. I did the panels on the same freaking layer as the thumbnails, which means that these panels are useless. Yay! Okay, hold on. Maybe I can salvage this. That's really annoying. Okay, that's not a panel. Okay, so let's turn thumb off, and we're just gonna have to do this by hand. Dang it. It's only 2 panels. And I think that the layout's good. Screw it. We're just gonna redo it. Ooh, voice crack. Direct draw, rectangle, and I'm gonna actually do that. I've got that'll do. And then straight line. Nice thing is we have some guides that we can work off of. Okay. Okay, let me think here. Don't want to mess with that. Yeah, what am I doing? I could just sketch it out. All right. Turn the thumbs down. Do sketch layer. Okay. So I like a lot of what's going on here, but maybe I can just kind of. Make that bigger. I actually need to bring this up because, okay, yeah, it's your left hand that's been cut. I still really like how this page turned out. I'm very happy with how this page turned out. And I'm actually gonna give this some more. Actually, so we want it's going through like that. Hold on. Hold on. I need to figure out where. Okay, hold on. I actually might need to figure out the. I mean, I actually almost like where the hoses already. Just kind of exaggerated a bit. honestly probably in the splash zone of this dude getting impaled. I don't know. I don't know. What happens to your blood when you get impaled? Does it, like, create enough of a seal? Well, no, but, like, because you have this great big bit at the end that's going to tear through, and then it goes into a thinner rod. So it would totally... Something would happen. I don't know what exactly. I thankfully have not experienced someone being speared in real life, so... Can't imagine it's a fun experience for anyone involved. I think it's a little longer. Let's see here. Hold on. That's not right. He don't got no sleeves. Actually doesn't. And this dude's just like, holy crap, what just happened? So I want to give that kind of effect to this guy's like posture and just his overall like surprise and everything like that. What hand is he carrying the gun in? I think it's his right. Maybe his left though. Yeah, let's make it his left. That way he's like really caught off guard. He's right-handed, but yeah, he is right-handed. Had to think of that for a second. I was like, what if I had him holding his gun in his right hand? Yeah. Funny how that happens, man. Things that you have to think about. I need to think about the structure of this. What's the other guy? What is his? So his cloak would go across the front like that. You would actually see a bit of his body. But only a bit, because his weird shawl thing would cover up the rest of him. But I want that to actually swing out a bit. Man, the tilt function on this... I'm using the rough pencil, dang it. I was using the rough pencil. Ugh. 1 second. Dang it. That's better. Get some real shape here. I used the rough pencil for all that animation work, and I thought it felt different. Whatever, it's not a huge deal. Just a slightly different texture, mostly. That's why I was having trouble getting the shapes I wanted. There you are. What are you? Get rid of that. Can't remember. Yeah, it does. I'm not happy with this arm. So, it probably goes without saying, but this is the last time I'm going to be drawing this guy. Which will be actually kind of nice, because his leaves are getting annoying. Very loose. Hmm. I mean, it just needs to represent the plate, but I do want it to be the right place and shape. That's about right. Hey, what's up, Guilty? I'm doing alright. Getting stuff done. On to the next page, finally. Finished up this page the other day, and I'm really happy with how it turned out. inking and everything like that, the dude with the knife and whatnot. There's a lot of really fun movement that I was able to put in. You know, it's funny to describe it as fun when, you know, what's going on in the scene is kind of horrifying, but, you know. I think that this might be one of the best pages I've done, which makes me happy. And it only gets crazier. As the dude just straight up gets speared. And this guy's just like, oh crap. Thought we killed that guy. Oh my gosh. I'm just thinking about the next chapter after this batch is done, and I'm just like, frick, that chapter's gonna take so long. Yes, this is probably the most violent part of the story. There are a couple more parts that could maybe take that, but this one's like pretty intense. And I do that intentionally because I like violence to actually mean something in a story, not just be kind of the point of it. I wanted there to be just this, like, horror to it, you know, just like, jeez. I want you to walk away from it just exhausted with how, like, fast and brutal it gets, you know, without being, like, over, you know, without being, like, garish or cartoonish. Just, like, staunch, impactful, you know, kind of stuff. Because honestly, I think that that's kind of the case in a lot of media where violence is, like, even in instances where it's like, oh, we're going to show how bad violence is, blah, 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 blah. Like, it ends up becoming indulgent in that, you know, it's kind of ironic in an ironic sense. But you know, like, that's, you know, not what I'm going for here, so I'm not gonna lie that there isn't some semblance of satisfaction seeing this guy get impaled by a spear, but I want it to be like, oh jeez, more than anything. I mean, these are not good people in their motivations, like what they're attempting to do here. Basically murder because they think that they are, like, authors of the world kind of thing. That's why they wear the masks that they do. The symbol's very relevant, by the way. So the more I think about it, the more, like, I work on this story, the crazier this symbol gets in terms of its like, references and purpose, like what it represents. Okay, technically I have enough to work from. Okay. Which Let's go for it. Let's see what I can do here. This might go terribly. I always do that. There we go. I don't know. Rough pencil. And I didn't screw with any other settings. I was using this rough pencil earlier when I shouldn't have, when I was working on the animation. Okay, let's do 5, and let's give ourselves this. So that's the edge of the ship, which I actually probably should do. I'll play around with that later. For now, we're just gonna do the one edge. And we'll start with her, because she's gonna be kind of the easiest part of this. That's a little sloppy, honestly. I should do it, but oh, more depth mood. I want to just... Maybe I just do that. Can I just kind of... Maybe we pretend this looks good. Maybe that's what we do. We just kind of put it there. Call it a day. Cause I'm tired and hungry. Oi! How's it going, Billy? How you do? Are you doing like a Luigi sort of impression? Oh yeah. Oh, this is funky. What is this? Oh, Tony Lays, of course. Seventh Town. Tony Lays is great. Good stuff. Very funky. Currently, you are labeled a biological weapon. Billy, I don't even want to know. What have you been eating, anthrax? Oh God, man. Some leftover nacho mix. Ah. I see. Those biologics. I actually am getting really hungry. Dang it. That's funny. Same. Truth be told, I need to start fixing my sleep schedule because I have work next week. Lined up. I haven't had any work for 2 weeks. Jeez, holy crap. Actually, 3 technically. Good grief. Oh my word. So, you know, that's fun. It actually has been kind of a nice break, I'm not gonna lie. It'll sneak up on you, that's for sure. Usually my, like, optimal time to go to bed, like, and to sleep, like, to get to sleep. Because let me tell you, it is a process to go to sleep for me. Like, I am laying in bed for anywhere from, if it's a good night, 30 minutes. It's like a really good night. That's, like, perfect, right? That's how fast I want to fall asleep. It's about 30 minutes. To multiple hours of just laying there, not sleeping. It's awful. So ideally, I fall asleep at 2. And that's me getting like the best sleep I'm gonna get, you know? So like 10 to, or 2 to 10. I don't always sleep like that. I've been sleeping late lately, but you know. Doggone, I am really hungry. Dang it. You know, I don't think people who like fall asleep immediately, who could just fall asleep, realize like how good they have. It's like, oh yeah, I just lay down and I'm asleep. It's like, freaking. You got any other superpowers while we're at it? Would be nice. Yeah, no, I need to eat. Only had a peanut butter jelly sandwich today. Granted, I had it late, so it's not like I haven't gone without food for like a really, really long time. I mean, same. Like, honestly, like, if I do like a full day of animating and drawing and all that kind of stuff, I sleep better. Like, straight up. Like, it's like, oh yeah, you animated or or worked on the comic for like 8 hours. Like, yeah, you're gonna sleep great. It's awesome. I love it. Freaking wish I could do it all the time. I think that's honestly why I was so happy when I was working on my short film, like 4 years ago. Good grief, what the heck, man? 5 years ago now. When I was working on that thing. I released it 4 years ago, but I was working on it 5. Jeez. I need to make another film. I got it. Why am I making a comic? Work stress streams? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. That's good enough for her, I think. I don't know. There's at a bit of an awkward angle. Hold on, maybe. Not properly warmed up. Oh, out of the habit of warming up. Thanks, Tenkage. Appreciate it. Night terrors, yeah. I don't really have like nightmares or anything like that. I just have like really intense like sometimes like it feels intense, right? It's not necessarily like horrifying or anything like that. It's just really intense. It's the best way I can describe it. Like you're doing like really stressful work, but not like, oh my gosh, I've got to die or something like that, you know. I mean, it has like spooky elements in it sometimes, but I don't know. It doesn't feel like a nightmare. It's just like, oh crap, I got to deal with this crap, you know, kind of stuff. I'm trying to think, have I ever... I mean, like, people have definitely tried to kill me in my dream. Definitely had that. I've had a lot of dreams where it's like, there's some, like, nemesis type, like, demon thing or whatever, you know, whatever it might be thematically. That it's like, okay, you can't stop this thing. It is going to continue, like, coming after you. And so you basically have to just keep moving. Like, I've had dreams like that. I've had a number of dreams like that. Nightmares are semi-frequent? Ugh. Fun stuff. That's better. That looks a lot better. That's still a little awkward, but yeah. A lot of alien invasion dreams. I think I had one kind of like... No, that was zombies, though, one time. They were like these weird zombies that were immortal. And I think it was an MG42, and I was trying to gun them down, and I was like chucking grenades at them and whatnot. It was down a stairwell. And it's like, well, that didn't work, so I just leave the building and like get into a car. It's like, huh, how do I live now? How do I live my life with this new reality? Like, they're gonna keep coming. It's never gonna go away. It's usually mixed with world disasters. Now, that one wasn't too terrible, honestly. It was just kind of like inconvenient. It was just like, dang, that sucks. It's kind of wild. Again, it was just like, it's the same feeling of like you go to work and it's like, oh, it's gonna be one of those days. You know, like it's one of those days where it's just like, you do not want to be at work, you know? But you have to be. That's how that dream felt more than anything, honestly. Like, well, crap. That sucks. That's what I'm saying. It's like, it's not terrifying. It's just like stressful. Like, I don't know. Maybe that's because, you know, I've survived, you know, a surgery going wrong, essentially. So it's like, yeah, I'll probably survive. I mean, more or less guilty. Like, that's how it feels. I mean, there was one, the one where it was like more like a demon. It wasn't a demon. It was like some weird, like, eldritch abomination type thing. But that one was really weird because it was like it was a game, right? So imagine, so I have these weird scenarios in dreams where it's like, you know how like games have like a box, basically. Most games are just a box, right? Essentially. Some boxes are bigger than others. Well, that's basically what the setting was in this dream, is it's like, okay, it's to the point that eventually if you went, it was at like a camp, like some kind of camp thing or whatever. And it was to the point, the masking bigger than that? Probably, honestly. But so it's like this camp, and it was to the point where if you went far enough to the edges of this camp, you could see like not the skybox, but you know how some games they'll have like a billboard kind of thing in the background, like an image, essentially. Like you could get to that. You would like knock on that. It's made out of wood or whatever. But there's like nothing beyond that, essentially. Is the idea. It's like, okay, you're not leaving, you know? So it's a very like confined area, relatively speaking. And then there's this like thing that's like, oh yeah, I am going to like get you, basically. And it's like, well, crap, that's not good. Like, how am I gonna deal with this, you know? So the funny part is, though, I actually did manage to like get away from, we got into like a car, me and this like group of people, we got into a car and we managed to find a way out. There was like this, like the entranceway essentially to this place. And so we go to like a gas station, we're like filling up, we're like, well, shoot, we're gonna be driving for the rest of our lives, basically. Now dreaming of doing the shift again, my brain is firing on all cylinders and making me stressed. Yeah, no, that is pretty bad. Honestly, the worst dreams for me, I've had 2 dreams where I basically relived my surgeries. That sucked. that was not fun. One of them involved me like spitting up nails and crap. Like it was gnarly. It was like, oh, it was bad, man. It was awful. woke up from that. I was like, wow, glad I woke up from that. Were the gas prices at least good in your dream? I don't know. We were in like, it was a nice area. It was on the edge of a river or a lake or something like that, and there was like these stone buildings and junk. It was really nice. I don't know if it was somewhere in Europe or something. I don't remember what the price of the gas was though. By the way, you know how people say, oh, you can't read in dreams? Like that's not a thing or whatever. It's like, yeah, that is fundamentally false. Because I have absolutely dreamed words. In fact, I can remember. That's the thing. I can remember what I read. It was a piece of sheet music. And the title, it was a march of sheet music. And the name of the song was Soda Poppin'. And I could distinctly read the name of the song. And there was no dog. I've had dreams where like, I remember when I was like really hyped for Skyrim, I had a dream that I played the demo for Skyrim, and it was basically just like, and this was before there was any kind of like gameplay reveal. This was when they did like just the beginner teaser, right? So no idea what the game looked like or anything like that. And so it basically just looked like Oblivion, but better. But it was a very small demo because there was just like this tower in the wilderness. It was actually kind of cool though, because it felt like a wilderness. Like, I mean, it was like there were mountains in the distance, like actual mountains, not just like third of the world type stuff. Like it was like out there, you know, kind of wilderness. It was cool. But there was just this tower and some old lady just kind of hanging out. And it was like, oh, okay. So I've had that dream. As far as like looking forward to video games and stuff, like video game dreams and whatnot. I had quite a few when I was younger. But the one I am so sad, like saddest about. What's up, Julian? And Maji. Good to see you. The one I'm so sad about in relation to video games was I had a dream I was playing, not the second one, the third Shadow of the Colossus. Which is really bizarre. I don't know why it was the third one, but it was amazing. It was so cool because like I remember there was a part where you're fighting this big giant monster or whatever, right? You find one of the colossi, and it was in this like temple or something like that, like this big stonework temple, so it looked amazing. And there were other people on this creature, right? So there were other factions fighting it. So while you were fighting the Colossus, you had to be fighting these guys. And there's a part where like I was like reaching up and grabbing this guy and like yanking him down and like pulling him off of the creature and just like letting him fall and stuff like that. It was awesome. I remember dreaming of reading Winds of Winter and having a copy, and for some reason the plot line was all over the place. Yeah, a trilogy for Shadow of the Colossus. Basically, man. Because there was a time where I was like a second Shadow of the Colossus fan. And there were like fake trailers, you know, of like either concept art or fan art and stuff like that put together into like a trailer and whatnot. I was just like, man, if only. Some of the designs were actually pretty cool. Oh man, I was mad into that game. Definitely heavily influenced my artwork, if you guys couldn't tell. I wear that one on my sleeve pretty well. Just slightly. The bottom of chins are always such a hassle, man. You have to draw this angle. It's always so annoying. I need to think about this. I'm our gobbledygook. Yeah, I remember, man, one of my favorite dreams I ever had. So, a lot of things lined up to make this happen. Because, so the night, that night, I watched a movie called Fantastic Planet. Now, for those connoisseurs of animated history, may recognize that and know exactly where I'm going with this. But for those of you who don't know, that is a movie and a half because it is one of the most, like, surrealist experiences ever put to film and animation. It's pretty out there. Like, very cool movie. I actually, like, if you're looking for something different, if you're looking for something very different, I actually do recommend that one. But so I watched this super out there, just whacked out, you know, I think Czechoslovakian French animated, you know, experimental film. And unbeknownst to me, the entire time, I have COVID. I have COVID, and it is about to really take root. And so that night, I had a literal fever dream about a series that, in my dream, was animated by my brother, who's also an artist, and put on YouTube, called Population Brothers. The plot to this bizarre YouTube animated series was basically the world was ending. Like, it was the end times, right? Mass hysteria, all the bells and whistles, everything that you think. However, there was a scientist and his wife, I think, and a professor the scientist worked with who developed a method. My brother named Jason, no. But so they developed a method to travel back in time to fix the issue. So, but the way that it worked was, so there was a sort of a routine that the apocalypse was going through. Basically, all this crazy stuff was happening, right? But then at the end of the day, like when night would come, essentially these massive pillars would just shoot up out of the ground, and they were very like, think like just surrealist like imagery, like just, you know, solid painted shapes would just shoot out of the ground, and within them were safe rooms essentially. So if you made it into one of these pillars before it was too late, you were good. You were going to make it to the next day, basically, right? So they found a way to kind of use these safe rooms and what was happening to like channel that energy or whatever into going to the previous day. So they would go back in time, right? Day by day. And their goal is to work their way back to when the apocalypse began and stop it, right? So that's the basic plot. But then it gets like, it was just insane because like it was animated kind of like a Filmation kind of, you know, G.I. Joe or He-Man kind of look, right? Or maybe even like Space Angel, right? Like that very like old school kind of way. And the, oh man, it was so weird because like the whole time all this absolutely insane stuff was happening, and the reason it was called Population Brothers was because there were two other characters who were these two idiots who were brothers who would like just like screw around. And one of the, like at one point, like to give you an idea, like this was like one of the episodes, if you will. It was one of the days. They traveled, so everyone travels back in time. They kind of got separated a little bit, but basically the Population Brothers had like kind of blockaded themselves in a radio station. Because outside there were like demon children running around. And so they hijacked the radio station and started putting on a radio show talking about like what's going on. Like, good evening, today we're experiencing like weird demon children things. We have the sigil here. What do you make of this? It got like just like totally bizarre. And it turns out one of the brothers has a friend who is like a total psycho. Like think Brock Sampson from Venture Brothers, if you've ever seen that, but just in general, just like crazy. And turns out some demon was like using his psycho energy to create a portal to like get into our world and stuff like that. Like stuff like that was happening like all over the place. And so it's like causing all these problems. And so they had to like, I think, kill the psycho friend or something like that at some point. It's really ticked off. Like one of the brothers had to kill the psychopath. It really ticked off the other brother to the point that he kicked him in the balls. Man, yeah, that was a fun dream. But what was great about it, what I really enjoyed about it was like, as a story, it wasn't like, nothing matter, who cares if people die and stuff like that. It doesn't matter if people die because we're going to fix the world anyway. Like as soon as we go back in time, everybody's coming back. So it's gonna be all right in the end. So it actually wasn't nihilistic at all. All right, let's see. But yeah, no, Population Brothers. I legitimately want to make that story happen someday. Hopefully make it make more sense. Well, a little bit. I don't know. There's something about the maniacal sort of nature of it that's intriguing. Seriously wonder if I could actually kind of maintain it and still make it compelling. Oh yeah, and that was like, I won't go too much more into it because like it's one of those things you can't describe it, you know? And eventually I lost the plot, and I realized my brother's not an animator and he didn't make it, and then I woke up and I was sad. And then I realized I had a horrible fever, and I was like, oh, I'm really sick. But right after I woke up, I was like, I need to write this down. Which I did. I think I described it as a cross between Venture Brothers, He-Man, Venture Brothers and He-Man on PCP or something like that. That was the best way I could describe it. So yeah, I had a good time with that dream. It was so funny because, again, you can read in dreams, and so I was reading the titles of the videos that my brother was putting in, and he was using like all these weird like symbols and stuff like that, and I remember sitting there just thinking like, oh, he shouldn't have done that. That's gonna really screw with like the algorithm. He should have just stuck to like a basic title. It's like it's gonna make it harder to find, man. Funny enough, I've actually gotten story ideas a number of times from dreams. That was actually where I got the idea for a script I wrote for a like 250 to 300 page graphic novel I want to do at some point. Gotta think about the algorithm, man. It never stops. It doesn't leave. Honestly, it's probably just a sign more than anything that I watch too much YouTube, like the rest of the world. Trying to learn about game design. That's a good one to read up on, that's for sure. Do you do game dev then, Guilty? I feel like you might have mentioned something like that. Can't remember. Been thinking a lot more about it though. Nice. May never been easier to get into that kind of stuff. Heck, my so one of my brothers is an artist and the other is a well, he knows programming, right? He's not necessarily just a programmer, but he's been playing around with Godot actually. So they've been working on a goofy little game, and I even did a crappy like run cycle for him in like 5 minutes in Blender, which is really funny. So that's been fun to watch and see him working on stuff. You're saying you can't read in dreams? You see it every now and again, like, fun fact, did you know you can't read in dreams? I remember there was an episode of Batman, the animated series, where that's how he like gets out of a an illusion or whatever. Is it's like, oh, you can't read in dreams. That's how I knew it was a dream, you know, kind of thing. It's like, right. Yo, this is a bop. Who is this? DDR Kirby. That sounds about right. 1 second. Unlimited flow. Or flow unlimited, rather. My mistake. I'm writing this down. Have I written down any other DDR Kirby? I've not. How have I not? This is really good tracking. Maybe it's a way of them telling you they're illiterate. Maybe, I don't know. I might have to track down some more DDR Kirby. Because I know I've heard them before, and their stuff is always a banger. I just realized this finger needs to be more up here. This finger needs to be more back here. Yeah, I'm really curious how that started, because, like, what in the world, like... Because you gotta think, like, okay, people have read in dreams, right? Like... Oh, 1 second. So, like... Why would that suddenly be a conclusion that you draw? This is just like, oh, yeah, I've never read in a dream, so you can't read dreams. I think that's where that arm goes. Something like that. Yeah, it's close enough. All right. I need to remember. Oh, it does go under it. Wait. On here. But. Maybe it's like tucked up. Excuse me while I just show you all the intricate flaws of my ability here to draw these characters consistently. That should do it. I'll put it behind it. I don't know, guys. You think he's gonna make it? I mean, it's not so bad, is it? You can walk that off. Take some Tums. That'll be just fine. Just flesh wound. I mean, yeah, it's all just flesh, isn't it? Right? You know, bags of flesh that keep you alive. You don't need that. I realize something. It's gonna actually go this way. We won! Man, only 3 extra lines. Okay, that's a little bit better. Honestly, like, I am thinking in terms of... Yeah, something like that. And, like, keep in mind, like, he's gonna be, like, arched like that. So maybe, actually, we do a little bit of that as well. can get a gold star level? Oh yeah, that's easy. Also, it's not a gold star, Billy. It's a power star. Gosh. How do you not know these things? You don't get a birthday this year. Yeah, at the end of the month, consider it canceled. We're not even gonna have that day. We're going straight to the next month. Oh, it's only your birthday's in year 10? Dang. Ooh. Oh, more DDR Kirby. Okay, I definitely have to check this guy out. Doggone, man. This guy is friggin' hype. And this is the right arm. Yes, yes it is. Let's go. I guess I could have dropped that. Oh well. That's alright. I just... Hold on. Guys... I messed up. I messed up. Oh, I messed up, Doug. Got it. Okay, so this is the direction that the page is supposed to face, right? But I flip all the time, right? Because like I'm always checking things. And in my incessant flipping, I didn't realize something. Notice. Arm that's holding the knife. Notice which side this sort of robe toga thingy-mabobber lies on. Notice what is freaking absent on the arm that's supposed to have it. Daggone it! I put all this effort into figuring out, okay, what would his side look like? Blah, blah, blah. And then I need to do it this side. So the cancel your breath. Curse you, Billy. Curse you. And your not knowing what a freaking power star is. You did this. As y'all are doing. Yeah, no, guilty. Friggin' DDR Kirby. This dude might be one to check out. I'm liking what I'm hearing. Doggone it, though, man. Doggone it. Ugh. What time is it? It's almost 8. Frick. Okay. It's not a huge thing to fix. It does mean I don't have to do the leaves. Like, the leaves are no longer actually a requirement, I think. Let me think this through. Wait, hold on. Let me keep this. Because technically... Okay, hold on. I mean, technically speaking... Hold on. Hold on, I need to know. Actually, I just realized that this... Yeah, there's nothing there. I'm not gonna worry about it on this side. No, that's not actually technically correct. Frick. No, I'm not gonna worry about that. I mean, okay, technically speaking... Let me think about this. Hold on. Because technically... Okay. Ambiguity is my friend here. I can kind of redesign him a little bit. Let me think. Because that's... No, it doesn't make sense. Yeah, that's... I mean, that would actually be kind of cool. But then... Frick. I mean, I'm not changing this. I'm not bothering. How can I spin this? Because you have this, right? Or do you? Do you? How would that work? I'm already working. Get off your keister and try to help me then with this. Let me think. Let me flip it around on the right side. Is there any way I can justify keeping that? I don't think so. Let me think about... Unless there's something under this. But there isn't. Something Da Vinci. I don't think your brain's gonna work there for this, Billy. All right. Frick. I totally screwed this up. technically his arm would be like out. Wait, no. Hold on. No, I did have a logic to this. And that logic was that his arm is, in fact, under this. He's just kind of, like, pulling it out of his way. And that would work for over here. I did it! I came up with an excuse. Let's go. So I get to keep this. Technically that's accurate as well. And then we just kind of like shimmy this on over here. Like over here. And okay. So it's slightly different than what I was initially thinking, but that doesn't matter. What matters is I was not wrong. We actually are gonna have it kind of like, or maybe not. I don't know. And I get to cover all of this up too. And I only need to do this little bit for the back. Oh, things are looking up. Things are looking up for good old Moon. I'm gonna do this the faster way. And truth be told, it is not bad to figure out where like the rest of the arm is gonna go. Now the pose kind of sucks. Hold on. I mean, it wasn't great to begin with, but you know. Maybe if I just bring the arm down a touch. What are you? Oh. You're no longer needed. Cast yawn attack. Yeah, he got sleepy. He's just a little sleepy, guys. Don't worry. I mean, that's basically how, like, friggin' modern storytelling works, right? You get stabbed in the freaking stomach or chest, and you just sleep it off. Crap's just a health bar after all, anyway, right? Freaking swear. Remember when characters getting stabbed was a big deal? I remember. Everyone just shrugs everything off because everyone wants to make the most powerful character or whatever crap. And it's just like, I don't freaking care. That's dumb. Go figure. A knife cutting your hand is enough to basically incapacitate you because holy crap, does that freaking hurt? This is Trash 80. I wanted to say Trash 80. Nothing to worry about. I think people like underestimate just how like bad a flesh wound can be. You know, it's like I mean, some people can shrug off like a gunshot or something, right? Like maybe not shrug it off, but like keep going, you know, after getting shot. But man, you gotta be tough to do that, man. There should be no problem. Stabbed in the intestinal tract? Like deep stab to the intestinal tract? With a laser sword, no less? No problem. Good grief. People watch too much anime. That's all I'm saying. Walked it off in a couple of days with no view. Right. Because, like, having a character survive, like, crazy stuff is, like, fair enough, right? But, like, if you're trying to tell a serious story, it's gotta, like, have impact, right? Otherwise, it's just a cartoon. Or going, even worse, going to undermine any kind of effort, right? Like, plot armor's fine. Just, like, make it interesting. Characters don't have health bars, you know? Like, I hate that. It's like, oh, but they had one health left. That's, yeah, just, like, rest a little. They're like, right, you know? It's like, no. No, no, that's not how that works. Okay, that's all right. That works. All right, now for the leaves, which should be getting used to now. Well, and that's the key, right? Is not realistic but believable, right? Like that's the idea. It's the same thing with animation, right? Believability. And then you have to ask yourself, okay, let's say you do set it up so it's like a scenario where someone can just walk off a severe wound like that, right? What does that imply for the world? You know, like what does that do for like, what does that mean for war? What does that mean for like the way things, you know, go? Does it serve the story or does it hinder it? And oftentimes I feel like it hinders it when it's like, yeah, who cares? You know. We wanted to have some drama, but we didn't want to actually, like, kill a character, so... Here you go. It's like, oh. Okay. You're telling that kind of story, then. You wanted to make video games, I see. Okay. Don't get me wrong, I like video games. But... video games aren't movies, and movies shouldn't be video games. In fact, I'm sick of the fact that we're, like, for whatever unfathomable reason, combining them. And I don't mean, like, adapting video game movies. I mean, like, literally making movies that feel like video games and games that feel like movies. Really bad movies, too. Oh yeah, man. Like, you lose a limb like that, it's like, oh boy, have fun with that. Oh, thank goodness I don't have to do this anymore after this. See, that's the trick. You make a really complicated character to draw, and you say, oh, that's okay. I'll just kill him off 5 pages later. Really fine. You know, I just thought, I don't know what the ramifications of these guys being dead would be fully. Because, like, they come from, like, somewhere, right? Like, they're a part of, like, a civilization kind of idea. And the idea is that they are basically the authority there. Like, they are, they're not kings. They call themselves judges, right? Which is what they're doing in this instance, is enacting judgment. So, people back home, they don't got their authority anymore. Probably will just produce a power vacuum and cause either multiple civil wars or one big civil war. Although I don't know how big of a civilization they come from is, honestly. Actually, I do want it more like right here. Yeah, I don't like how even that is. It's got like square blood. Why not? Actually, I want to give this more shape. Gonna have to hop out. That's fair. I'm almost done here myself, actually. I just realized that's right over the... That's... You know, this music isn't exactly fitting now, is it? Who is this? Oh, it's Robot Prince. Robot Prince is awesome. A friend of mine's done some work for him, for like chiptune art and whatnot. In fact, recently he had some stuff featured in a post that he made about some collaboration he's doing or something like that. That was interesting. I actually like the idea of rod. How long have I been going? 4 hours. Dang. Not bad. Let's Yeah, it looks pretty painful. Let me finish up the harpoon and then I'll call it a night. I was hoping to get this panel done, but it's a pretty big panel, so I think the next panel should be able to be a little bit faster with. I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't look too comfortable. All right, we're gonna call it there for now. So we're not quite done with the panel, but we'll get there. And then the next two panels, hopefully, which are still just thumbs, won't be too hard. This one might be a little challenging. This one also might be challenging. The next few pages are gonna be a slog. Because this page is gonna be a lot of work. This page is gonna be a lot of work. But after that, it should kind of peter out, I hope. I'll get through it. And color should be relatively quicker. Yeah, it's a lot of work, though. Alright, anyway. I'll probably be back tomorrow. More comic goodness, more animating goodness, more. So, with all that being said, until next time.